here. Hi. Elementary school. Yeah, I don't know how long I can play, but I'll try to play as long as I can. Where are you at? Ah, of course you are. You're always in the bar. Ever since you turned 21. Hmm. Cool. Yeah, I'm currently taking off the top 5 floors of my thing. Yay! I didn't realize I needed to prototype this early, to be honest. Like, I prototyped it earlier. Like, I prototyped before I started any of this, but I needed to prototype the top part, and I was like, I can wait. You know, now seems like a good time, and it's like, no, I should have prototyped it, like, several months ago. So I knew when to stop, and I wouldn't be wasting so much. Yeah, it has been a month, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I cut off right where the, right where I need to go down to, and then I'm taking it off diagonally, because it's the only way to make this interesting. You were gonna do that? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, well, and you know, just in general, just like, I don't know. It's because it's just so mundane to just, okay, now go spiral backwards down, you know. Because whenever I build it, I spiral upwards, and it's like, okay, spiral downwards. And it's like, I don't want to do that. So, I'm going diagonal, which is inside the space. Yeah, there's quite a few of those. Oh. Which floor are you on? Are you on the first floor? Or... Oh, you're going up the ladder. Were you on the right side or the left side? Okay. Cool. Ow. Oh yeah, be careful when you're coming up the ladder. Because whenever it gets to the cut, you might just, fall off. So, I did that a couple times. That's fine, I'll fix it. Sorry, I'm back. Where are you? It's up here? Cool. Yeah, it's all good. Nothing that doesn't happen literally all the time. Nah, I'm good. It's part of the experience. Yeah, it's worse when it happens underground. There we go. But normally I have enough blocks to fix it. I don't have any ladders right now, so that's kind of a rip, but whatever, doesn't really matter. I'll fix it all later. What are you gonna try? A slime block clutch? Which I knew because you were holding a slime block. Anyway, yeah. I left the creaking heart there for a while, but I took it out earlier this playthrough once the creaking spawned. So yeah, it didn't do it for a long time, and then randomly today it just spawned, and it's like okay then. So I had to deal with it. It was fun. Oh, the pale garden trees aren't, or the pale oak trees or whatever. Interesting. I wonder what their growing conditions are then. Yeah. Hmm. For the clutch? Yeah, I mean the armor isn't even the feather falling's not gonna help you at a certain point. What? Yeah, it cuts. I there's a couple times where I've been going up that ladder and it just I just fall off the other side. Whee! and I try to do the clutch, the MLG clutch, but the problem is MLG clutches don't work on this server because of the latency. So it never worked for me. I always I see the water place, but it just kills me anyway. What? What are you going to be doing? I always like the idea of using shulker boxes as an elevator. Because, like, if you make it where there's a spot where you have to go up. I wasn't meaning to do that, but it was pretty funny. Well, yeah, once I picked it up, I just started running. Yeah, I don't have a bed in this base yet. I probably should, though. I don't know. I probably should, but I don't know. There's something about putting a bed somewhere makes it, like, more officially your place now, and this is still all under construction. What'd you take? Why? Wow. Goodbye. What'd you do? Did you put slime blocks at the bottom? Wow. Wow. But yeah, anyway, so that's what I've been doing. And I've played a lot of Minecraft in the last couple days, but it's all been in a creative world, prototyping. And I'm not happy about it. This... Let's just say, once I remove these top floors and all that, right? Let's just say I've completed the easy part of this build. And I'm only about 1/3 through. So, and that's not including decorating the inside. That's literally just the outside of the building. Yeah, well, you know, maybe not. I don't know, I kind of like the death trap. I think it's a vibe. I think that, honestly, all buildings should just be like this. In real life. Good question. You never were the smartest. Just kidding. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. You could do a Soul Sand Highway. Yeah, well, you don't even need the enchantments. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't help about the whole destroying ice thing, but it would be fast. Hmm. This is true. I'm I'm building a train track connecting my base to your base. What do you mean? You don't need to worry about it. Nah. Yeah. No. You know that that house that you always go fishing at? I didn't realize it had a basement. Until I was exploring earlier today, because before I tore down this whole top part, I was like, I kind of want to see what this looks like. Um, so I went over there, and that house is the furthest house you can see the outline of my base from. And I was like, just exploring. I was like, what are these trapdoors? I opened the trapdoors. Lo and behold, it's a chest room with so much dried kelp. Yeah, well, that's fair. But it was still like, whoa. Like, in that entire village, that whole town you built, um, basically none of the chests have anything in it, right? There's a couple that have a couple random things, but pretty much everything's empty. But then I go down there and it's just full of all this stuff. It's like, well, okay. No, you didn't, but it was like 2 chests full of dried kelp blocks. And then there was a barrel each of raw salmon and raw cod. Yeah. Well, I mean, dried kelp blocks are the most efficient fuel source. But it was still kind of funny. Oh. Okay. Okay. Hmm. So that's why you were looking for the dragon egg. Makes sense. Yeah. I don't know, you can kill another wither. I'd be happy to spawn a couple in your base if you want me to. For now. Yeah. No, you would be cutting my arms and legs. Anakin had the low ground. Wow. I actually think the sequels are better than the originals. No, not really. You know, I don't think the sequels are the worst thing, though. Yeah, I think... Okay. This is a hill I'll die on. I actually I think The Force Awakens is a good movie. Um, I don't think it's the best Star Wars movie by any means. I mean, it's probably rated one. I would probably rate it one of the worst, but I don't think it's a bad movie. A bad Star Wars movie. Yeah, I mean, it had some problems. It definitely had some problems, but you can't knock it just because it's different, right? Or just because it has a different pacing. Um, you know, and it leaned a little bit into the tropes of, you know, the mid 2010s, which was one of the major complaints. But I mean, all of them did that. You know, the prequels are a little bit too into the late 90s aesthetic in the early 2000s. And the original trilogy were revolutionary, but, you know, they are a little bit tropey of that early 80s aesthetic, you know? Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's why a lot of people like the original trilogy in the first place, is because of that kind of tropey mid 80s aesthetic. Obviously, they came out earlier, but they were the trailblazer. Um, and so, you know, The Force Awakens has this problem. Same with Rogue One. They both have this problem of like being set in the time they were made. But I actually think they're pretty good Star Wars movies. Now, The Last Jedi, The Rise of Skywalker, and Solo, those are not very good Star Wars movies. Now, actually, I like some of those as movies. I like Solo as a movie. I just don't like it as a Star Wars movie. And then, yeah, and then although they, you know, they tried a little too hard, and they made a bad choice, because like Han Solo wasn't the right choice as the character to do. It would have been better if they chose, like Leia, or even if they chose like Bail Organa as being the characters that are, or, Mon Mothma, or, any of these other characters. But because they chose Han Solo, it kills part of the character, because the whole point of Han Solo is that he is mysterious. And so if you make a whole movie explaining every part of his character element, that kind of defeats the whole point. Yeah. But if you don't look at Solo, a Star Wars story, in the context of, the rest of the Star Wars canon, but instead of just look at it as its own standalone, or even look at it as a Star Wars movie, just not about Han Solo, I think it actually works. They were relying a little too much on the sequel bait at the end, but it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. But, I don't know, I guess I probably have an unconventional choice for what my favorite Star Wars character is, and who I think the best Star Wars protagonist is. Yeah. Who would you say is the best protagonist? I mean, there's not a whole lot you can choose from, but... Yeah. Yeah. But, well, and keep in mind this also includes the series and the games. And the comics and the books and all that, if you want to. Although I doubt you'll choose one of those characters. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to disagree, but... this is true. Yeah. Apprentice. Yeah. It's because TT knew what was up. Yeah, no, that's fair. But yeah, I don't know. I think the best Star Wars protagonist is Cal Kestis. I think Cal Kestis is significantly better than Luke Skywalker. Like, yeah, I mean, like, Luke's not a horrible character. Luke's not a horrible guy. Yeah. But also, it's like, Luke, one, he just kind of accidentallys into things, right? Yeah, you can call it the Force, whatever. But there's not a whole lot in terms of, like, driving motivation for Luke Skywalker. It's just kind of like, oh, look, I happen to be here, right whenever they need a Force-sensitive pilot to blow up the thing that's going to destroy the universe. Yay, And then in between the movies, he doesn't have a whole lot of character development. in like a meaningful way. There is character development, but it's just sort of like, you know, he's like, oh, yeah, but there, I don't know. It's just this sort of like the end of A New Hope. He's like, oh, yay, I'm a pure-hearted soul, and then you go into The Empire Strikes Back, and suddenly he's like edgy, and he's like, ooh, should I be evil now because my father is this, whatever, and he like gets angry, but he never really plays with the dark side. He just kind of gets angry. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, it's not the worst thing, but it's just sort of like, okay, cool. Meanwhile, yeah, but then you have like Cal Kestis, who he didn't grow up hearing the stories of the Jedi, um, you know, having a legacy and then being destroyed. He literally was a Padawan. He watched his master die to the hands of Order 66. And it legitimately screwed him up, and he tries to do the good thing most of the time. But, doing the right thing isn't always the easiest thing. And he very much knows that. And unlike Luke, he suffers actual loss. Like, not just like, oh, look, Yoda died. Oh, look, Ben Kenobi died. Oh, look, my father died. Whatever. It's like, literally the beginning of Jedi Survivor is every person in his crew that he has become the most intimate friends with dying horribly at his, not at his hand, but because of him. Like, because of a mistake he made. Like, he screwed up and all of them die. And he has to deal with that. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, Yoda used dual lightsabers, but he wasn't a fan of them by the time he was training Luke. Plus, Yoda never taught him anything about lightsabers. That was, actually, I would argue it was Vader. I think that's the dynamic that's supposed to be had, which is why all three of them show up at the end of The Force Awakens. Not a Force Awakens. What's episode 6 called? The Return of the Jedi. Yes. At the end of Return, is that it's like Kenobi showed him how to be a Jedi, like showed him like just the how to be a Jedi. Yeah, exactly. Yoda showed him the Force. Vader showed him combat. And like how to fight. Trial by fire. Vader was literally trying to kill him, but yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's just there's a lot of things that Cal does, and Cal gets through. Yeah, and it's like, they both have kind of the same goal, but they have a different like way of going about it, which is that like, Luke is just sort of like, oh, let's fight the Empire, let's, lead this rebellion, whatever. And then after that, he's like, oh, you know what? Actually, maybe we should build this, this temple to rebuild the Order. But rebuilding the Order is always kind of the secondary thing. For Cal, rebuilding the Order is the primary thing. Defeating the Empire is just, the Empire is just the thing in the way. Um, and so, yeah, well, yeah, well, and it's like um, at the end of Survivor. Well, actually, I should say the main motivation for Jedi Survivor is getting to Tanalorr, right? Which is the planet where they can be safe. And that isn't like, oh, we need to do this so we can plan to fight the Empire or whatever. It's literally just like my main goal is rebuilding the Jedi. You know, we can deal with the Empire later. Let's rebuild the Jedi first. You know, previously I was going to try to take down the Empire, but obviously this isn't working. So let's just, you know, hide somewhere private so I can do this and then come back later. Which is a much more Jedi mindset than the whole, you know, let's destroy the Empire and kill all the Imperials so that we can, I don't know, whatever, take back over the government or whatever. Yeah, well, I mean, and to be fair, that is basically what the Jedi Order was interested in at the end, but yeah, but you know, for about 1,000 years there, that was not what the Jedi Order was all about. Um, you know, which isn't to say the Jedi are any shy to combat. They were literally born into combat as a faction. But yeah, well, it's supposed to be a trilogy, so there's one more game coming out. But after that, yeah, it would be cool to get a Cal Kestis movie. I would absolutely love. And I mean, it's just so fun, and BD1 is such a good sidekick. Yeah, a lot more, a lot better than BB-8. And I mean, like, I don't know, R2 is fun. You know, C-3PO is okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's just fun. And it's you know um the actor that plays Starkiller, you know, the whole like they cast him not only because he's a good actor that fit the role, but also because he's like an amazing Star Wars fan. Where he like he knew like, oh, the whole meditation thing and whatever, all these things. Um the Yeah, the Ewan McGregor. But it's the same thing with um yeah, but that sort of like dedication is the same thing with the actor that plays um Cal Kestis. Is that very much like like he's doing it because he knows, and so whenever he was doing the mocap, they're like, oh, technically you're doing that stance wrong, and it's like that's because I'm doing the Padawan version of the stance, not the actual Jedi Knight version of the stance that he would learn later that he was never able to learn. No. Honestly, I think it'd be better than the movie they're currently planning. Um, the Grogu movie. We love the Grogu movie. They don't. I don't know. They're just like the Mandalorian season 1 and 2. Yes, Mandalorian season 1 and 2 are fun. I love those. Honestly, one of the best Star Wars things. Yeah, 3. I didn't actually watch 3. because in order to watch 3 and have it make sense, you need to watch the Book of Boba Fett, and I made it through the first episode and didn't watch anymore. Yeah, it supposedly gets better, but I don't know. It's not bad. Like I like the dynamics they showed the Sand People, but other than that, it's just sort of like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? But you know, so I didn't make it through Mandalorian's. I didn't make it to Mandalorian season 3, but I hear it wasn't very good. Yeah. Honestly, Luke should just taken the child. I think that would have been a better ending. Wow. You're going that route. Wow. Yeah, the Death Watch. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I mean, I know this would never happen because it's just how they, modern studios milk it. But I think they should have let Luke take the child, and then that's the end of the series. It's just over now. Um, well, yeah, but yeah, well, and speaking of that, that's something I really like about um it was a magic you had in the prequels, right? Where you start out this story with the child Anakin Skywalker in the Phantom Menace, right? And you're like, this guy? Like, we know the father of Luke is Anakin Skywalker, and we know Anakin Skywalker becomes Darth Vader. So this little kid becomes Darth Vader. Yeah. Yeah, and it makes a compelling story. Because, not all stories should be like this, but a story can be more compelling if you already know the ending. Because it leaves you guessing. If the prequels came out before the original trilogy, then it would be a thing where it's like, oh wow, plot twist. This character we had is now evil, but it's like everyone already knew. Like yeah, and exactly, and so I think that's an interesting thing about the Jedi series with Cal Kestis is we already know how the stories end. All of the events in the Jedi games are happening before the original trilogy. Because yeah, not that much before, but a little bit before. Yeah, just about probably 5 years before. But because of this, and also the fact that Cal Kestis has the exact same goals as Luke Skywalker to some degree. Obviously, we talked about a couple differences, but to some degree, it's like, they both want to end the Empire. They both want to bring back the Jedi. They both want to, free the galaxy, whatever. And we know Luke does that. Yeah, to some extent, but Luke is the one that does that. Luke brings back the Jedi before they fall again. Luke um, ends the Empire before it rises again. And Luke frees the galaxy until it gets oppressed again. But those are all notable things, but nothing's ever mentioned about Cal Kestis' efforts. Which means We know Cal Kestis fails. But we don't know how Cal Kestis fails, because everything he does is in the shadows anyway. So we don't know how this works, but it does mean that it's like, unlike whenever Luke is in existential danger, or when Han or any other character is in existential danger, anytime Cal Kestis could die in this moment, there's a very real chance that he actually does. That this is just the end of his story, and that's why we don't know about it anymore. And they keep opening up possibilities and shutting them down again. Like in the end of the first game, where it's like, oh, he destroyed the list. And so he helped save the galaxy, and so helped save all the Jedi and whatever, not by actively doing it, but by making sure none of the bad guys could find them, whatever. So it's like, oh, that's how we know we don't see him, we don't hear about him. Or in the second game, it's like, oh, he makes it to Tanalorr. It's like, oh, well, that's why we don't hear about him, because he's isolated, and he's just biding his time until he eventually comes back out. Yeah, but it's like, if we had a third game, or if we had a series like this, that was based around Luke Skywalker, right, before the sequels, in between the original trilogy and the sequels, it's not a horrible idea. But we know Luke doesn't die in between then. So any actual threat that happens to Luke is obviously not real, because he lives. But Cal Kestis, we know he's not there. Even though he interacts with characters we know, he interacts with the Rebellion, he interacts with the Empire, interacts with, Darth Vader. He does not appear in the original trilogy. So, like, he could very much die in this third game. Obviously he wouldn't die near the beginning, he would die near the end, but I don't know. He could. Yeah, but I don't know, and that's something they play pretty well, because it's like, at a couple different points you fight Darth Vader, and it's like, when you go into that fight, you're not killing Darth Vader, because Darth Vader, we know how he dies. But also it's, but they never format those fights like we are actually trying to kill him. The character one that we're playing wants to kill him, obviously. But the fight that they do, and how they orient the pacing that they use, and how they how they do the health bar and his abilities on these things, they deliberately design it as an impossible victory, because we know he wins as the audience. Or at least if he doesn't win, it's a tie. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. And that's just, I don't know. I guess that's why I find the Jedi games so compelling, is because it's in this universe, but it's just so different, It's like, oh, I don't know. And it's also, maybe it's just because it's like one of the only extended universe stories they're willing to give us, for some god-awful reason. Like, it's a whole galaxy. It's literally a whole galaxy with millions of years of interesting history. And the only thing they'll give us is stuff centered around the Galactic Civil War or the Clone Wars, or the, what do they call it? I don't know what they call the First Order era. I think it's the New Republic Wars. But that's all they will give us. They will not give, like, even the movies. It's like, okay, you want a movie, that isn't part of the Skywalker saga? Well, you got Solo, which is focused on one of the characters in the Skywalker saga. Or you got Rogue One, which is about what happens in, for, some background characters as to why we have the Death Star plans in the Skywalker saga. Or you have, or like the series you have, it's like, oh, okay. In The Mandalorian, literally many named characters show up, including Luke Skywalker himself shows up. You've got, Andor, which is based on a character from Rogue One, and how he, whatever, how he gets the Death Star plans. You've got, yeah, yeah, exactly, and it's all these things. It's like, why can't you give us something actually original, extended universe, like the games have been doing for decades? Where the games, they give us Old Republic stuff. They give us, the side stories from other people that survived the Order 66, or yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, I don't, I just refuse to watch The Acolyte, even though I hear there's some cool things. Yeah. But, and I mean, there has been some cool stuff. Like, I hear Skeleton Crew is pretty good. I'm not gonna watch it, but yeah, I'm kind of put off by the whole idea of a Star Wars TV show now. But I hear it's pretty good, and it is an extended universe thing. It's not tied to the Skywalker saga really in any way other than the sharing a setting. But there's so many cool, like, and supposedly Disney is wanting to go in this direction. At the end of the Skywalker saga, they said, after Episode 9, they were like, we're going to leave this behind, we're going to go look at something else, right? And so they started a new initiative, where they hired authors to write High Republic books, right? Books set in the High Republic. And I have a couple of these, I've read them. They're really good. The High Republic is such an interesting setting that we never see. And so it's set in the High Republic, and the idea was they're going to release these books. Star Wars fans, especially young Star Wars fans, are going to read them. And they're going to, like, tell Disney what stories they like, and then Disney will adapt the books into movies based off of what stories people like. And this sounds like a really good idea, right? It should be a good idea, but then they announced that they are working on episode 10. And it's like, great, thank you. Like, you were in the right direction. I think it's still something they're going to do. I don't think they canceled the initiative necessarily, but it's like, I don't know, of all eras, that's what I want to see is High Republic. And that's what we see in Jedi Survivor. Jedi Survivor, obviously it's set in the post-Empire. But whenever they're on the whatever the main planet starts with K, I don't remember. Um, all the old structures that they're going through and all that stuff, it's all High Republic. It's the only time we've seen High Republic setting in Star Wars, except for books and comics. And it's so cool. It's just like, it's just everything you want to see, where it's like, the Jedi and the Republic working together, doing science, exploring the frontier, you know, doing whatever, I don't know. Mm, yeah. He did come back, yeah. Yeah, that was, again, it was one of their big missteps whenever they made uh, new stuff, the sequels, um, is that they made a lot of references and they pulled a lot of stuff from the comics, but they pulled it entirely out of its context. And they didn't really use great storylines, but like for example, the whole Palpatine coming back thing, that has precedence. It's in the comics. Um, it was in the comics in the 90s. And in the 80s. It was like, this is nothing new. And for those of us that like knew that storyline, like for me, mostly from crawling on Wikipedia, and like, whatever extended lore videos. Um, I knew this, and so whenever I saw Palpatine coming back, it's like, okay, that's not shocking at all. I mean, interesting choice instead of finding a new villain, but okay. Um, but for anyone who's a casual Star Wars fan, or even not a casual Star Wars fan, just a Star Wars fan that wasn't really interested in that part of the extended universe, it's like, what? Why'd you do that, Disney? Um, but yeah, but also it's like, if they're trying to cater to like the ultra hard fans, which isn't a great strategy anyway, they didn't do that anyway, because they did so many things that were like completely contradictory to um, what people actually wanted to see, what the like diehard fans wanted to see. Um, and so it's like, pick a lane. Either you're going for casual people, which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that, or you're catering to these diehard fans with Easter eggs. But I don't know. But it's also a thing where it's like, the whole Palpatine coming back storyline wasn't the best received back in the day either. Um, you know, when that comic came out, it was criticized for being so repetitive and boring. Um, it's like, okay, you can't find a new villain, you just got to bring back the old villain. By cloning him. And so it was like, why didn't you pay attention to that? You want to bring back a storyline, why'd you bring back the one that people were like, this is dumb, why are you doing this? There are. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, well, and I mean, even like, Like, you could be like, oh, well, Disney had to come up with something. It's like, no, they didn't. Like, George Lucas gave them written scripts for the last three movies. He just had, like, whenever he sold Lucasfilm, he didn't even charge them for it. He just gave them the finalized things. He's like, I could never, get the money and the willpower to direct the last three of these. But, you guys go ham. I'm happy to consult on them when you guys want to make these. And they bought Lucasfilm, they bought the rights, they took his screenplays, and they threw them away. Not trusting George Lucas to know what Star Wars fans want. And it's like, why'd you do that? You didn't have to do that. You could have literally just made the movies George Lucas told you to. Yeah, well, and it's like, I'm not going to sit here and say that George Lucas had the best ideas, because I've seen some of the ideas in those screenplays. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not a fan. I'm not into it. Because literally this is the whole thing where, like, basically what we would call the Skywalker saga now would end with the realization that Palpatine was right the whole time. Yeah, and it's like, okay, maybe that wasn't the greatest of ideas, because it kind of undermines literally the entire plot of Star Wars. But like, compared to the Rise of Skywalker, it's not the worst thing I've seen. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, that was also kind of funny as well. Yeah. Yeah, well, it was kind of funny because like Disney took it over, right? Um, and they did a bunch of things, but they're like, what would be more profitable than one Doctor Who series? Two Doctor Who series. Let's make two Doctors. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, Dave Tennant. I love Dave Tennant. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I don't even remember at this point. Yeah, well, it gets really confusing too, because now you have like two, so it's like, okay. Yeah, well, this is true. Yeah. Well, and then you've got like the War Doctor, where we don't see him like as the brand new thing. He's just kind of like in there as well. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, storyline it made sense, but timeline it makes it difficult because it's like, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's also like, yeah. Mm. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and then they had to go in and explain it. It's like, well, actually, like, the doctor chooses his face subconsciously. It's like, what? Okay. Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. I mean, it's not like there's no reason, but still, it's just sort of like, yeah. Well, people were like, what? So the person he saved here was also the doctor? And it's like, no, no, guys, come on. This is somebody else. This is the person he stole the identity of. Well, yeah, but. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, yeah, yeah. Mm. Well, Well, that is kind of the problem with Doctor Who, like inherently, as a premise, is this whole thing where he's like, okay, so this is the guy that goes around, he stops, disasters from happening and genocides and whatever. And it's like, well, then where was he when the actual real world genocides happened? Is he just like vacationing? Does he not care? The old explanation was like, oh, it's a fixed point, so you can't mess with the fixed points. But then you make it a plot point that the fixed points don't matter. And it's like, yeah, so it's like, well, do the fixed points matter or not? Because if the fixed points don't matter, then he caused every disaster in history by not acting and fixing them. And if they do matter, then you're lying to us. Or like, I haven't actually seen the episode, but I've seen the clips where it's like, they like have this whole episode where they're in the office with Hitler, and it's like, okay, guys. Yeah. Yeah, well, it is kind of funny, but it is still sort of like, okay, guys, this is really where you're going. Like, yeah. Well, because I mean, there's you know, it's not the longest lasting of series. But what would I would argue is the American equivalent to Doctor Who was the show called Timeless, right? Um, yeah, Timeless wasn't a horrible show. It got a little weird, but they explained it as um like they actually managed to explain it because they said if you time travel to a place, you can no longer time travel to that place again because you're already there. So you can never time travel to a place where you are. Which obviously wouldn't work for Doctor Who because doctors meet each other all the time. Um, Plus, with how old he is, he's basically always existing at some point. Yeah, I, if I remember right, he's like, not. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on which thing you're looking at, because it's like, if you look at the Pandorica, he was in there for millions of years. Um, and then if you look at like the what's that thing called? The whenever they trap him in the ball in the little like sphere thing, and he's in there for like 300 billion years or whatever. Um, and it's like, okay, well, how old is he? Like, technically, it was only a couple of seconds in the real world, but he did technically age in there. I don't know. During the whole Doctor Vor sequence, he's like 12,000. The old one is not 12,000, 1,200. Yeah. I completely forgot about the whole de-aging thing. Hmm. Yep. Okay. Is old. That is true. Hmm. Yeah, there's certainly a bit of an age difference thing. It's better if you just don't think about it. Yeah, you know what? I, I I take it back. Timeless is not the American version of Doctor Who. You know what the American version of Doctor Who is? Legends of Tomorrow. Come on, think about it. I mean, like you don't want to admit it, but it literally just is. That is what that is. Yeah, well, I mean, like Timeless kind of matches. Um, because Timeless, it's like, it's like the more serious show, which Doctor Who is funny, but it's kind of the more serious show. Yeah. Well, this is true. I mean, that's literally why they don't have things like the War Doctor, having dedicated series. But, it's that sort of like, Doctor Who does kind of consider itself to be more serious, and the characters it does have, I mean, they're family in the sense that they're not like horrible gory, but they're like weeping angels and the nothing, and you know, yeah, the silence and all these things. Well, yeah, well, that one was funny, but they have these things that are like absolutely horrifying. Um, in this sort of serious manner. Meanwhile, the Legends of Tomorrow are just kind of like, oh look, we have the knockoff B heroes from DC, and we get them all in a time machine because it's funny, and we do Guardians of the Galaxy but time travel. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, we love kids dying. I kill kids all the time. What? What's wrong with that? I have a feeling he killed more than 2 kids. I have a feeling he's killed more than 2 kids. Well, that's the kind of the funny thing about Pacific Rim is, let's ignore the second one just as a principle. But with Pacific Rim, it's like, you know, the story, it's kind of lighthearted. I mean, it's serious. It's an existential threat, but it's kind of like, look, hijinks. And then it's like, okay, there's a couple traumatic moments, but let's just kind of move past those. Let's just move on. But then if you actually calculate the amount of destruction that both the Jaeger and the Kaiju are doing, it's like, okay, you just killed millions of people. Just from collateral damage. Like hopefully most people evacuated, but as the Jaeger, as the person supposedly protecting people, you just picked up a freighter ship and swung it around like a baseball bat. You really think nobody was on that ship anymore? You really think they had enough time to evacuate? I mean, obviously they're not in the ship anymore, but or just like they're just knocking down buildings and all these things. It's like, what are you doing? Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's like the have you ever seen Cloverfield? It's literally that same thing. I mean, it's just like, okay, cool. Yeah. I watched a whole video essay on Cloverfield. It was good. I don't know. It was made by someone who actually likes Cloverfield. And it's actually like, it's fun. It was funny because watching the video essay, I'd never seen Cloverfield. But it was like, I don't know. It was just funny. It was just like he was going over the lore, right? Because of course he was. And for Cloverfield, there's 3 different types of lore. There's the lore of J.J. Abrams, there's the lore of the directors, and then there's the lore of the ARG. And none of them make any sense. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, well, he like in this video essay, it was very much like, it's not a perfect movie. But it is a movie of its time, and I think it did kind of help his perception that his frame of reference for it was not any like modern film. He spent the whole time comparing it to Godzilla 1998. Which actually he likes Godzilla 1998. He doesn't. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the movie. But I actually like that take though. I like that take. He's like, Godzilla 1998, which he didn't watch when it came out. He didn't watch until he was in his 30s. Which he is currently in his 30s. He was like, he's like, it's not a good Godzilla movie. It's a really, really bad Godzilla movie. I mean, the character in it isn't even Godzilla. But if you don't assume it's a Godzilla movie and just call it a kaiju movie, it's actually really good though. I mean, it's not the most serious thing ever. And for some reason they use a lot of TV actors. But it's still sort of like, oh yeah, this is kind of funny. I mean, it has kind of this B plot romance. Nobody takes anything too seriously. It's kind of just, yeah, it's just kind of uniquely. It's just a late '90s action movie, with a monster that's actually pretty cool. Zilla is actually pretty cool, or Gino, or whatever you want to call him. Yeah, I typically call him Zilla, but some people call him Gino. Godzilla in name only. And Gino, Zilla's actually a pretty good character. He's just not Godzilla, which is the only detriment to that character, to that monster. Is the fact that they tried to call him Godzilla when he's not Godzilla. No, but he is still like a pretty bad existential threat. Because it's like, yeah, it's a monster. It's not as big as Godzilla, but it's still pretty big. It's about the size of a building. It's pretty darn fast. Yeah, and whenever it reproduces, it lays millions of eggs that all turn into more of them, and it's like, that's horrifying. Yeah, they literally had to blow up Madison Square Garden, and I mean, the animated series is literally based around the idea of some of those little ones escaped, so they have to hunt them down. And it's good. Yeah, it's a good character. It's good motivation, whatever. And it works. It's just not as Godzilla. But and his big comparison, which is always funny. Every time he introduces it, because I've watched this video multiple times because I actually really like this essay. Is the Godzilla 1998 and Cloverfield are uniquely pre and post 9/11. Because in Godzilla 1998, they're just kind of like, oh wow, whoops, I accidentally blew up the Chrysler building. My bad, guys. And then the Chrysler building blows up and everyone just kind of goes on their way. But in Cloverfield, it's like, they literally based some of the footage whenever a building collapsed off of 9/11 footage. Even if the building that's collapsing would not actually collapse in the same way as the Twin Towers. They're just like, yep, that's how a building collapses, so we're gonna make this movie, and it helps contextualize 9/11. And it's like, okay then, cool. But it is that sort of, which is he stole it from a different video essay, not a video essay, a different essay, film critic essay that compares Independence Day and War of the Worlds as being pre and post 9/11. For that same reason, where it's like in Independence Day, it's just like, oh my god, a building blew up. Look at the explosion. Isn't it so pretty? While in War of the Worlds, it's like, oh my god, a building blew up. You know, look at the horror. But I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 2 came out in the same year. um, yeah. Channing Tatum. Yeah. Olympus Has Fallen with Gerard Butler. Yeah, and they came out in the within months of each other. Yeah, but it's that we do that a lot. I don't know why we do that a lot. Yeah. No, I would agree. We're probably one of the countries that does it the most. Um, yeah, well, I mean, there's the whole list of movies that they had to change in the wake of 9/11 because they literally featured buildings being exploded. Um, yes, that's him. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's like there was literally right before 9/11, there was a screenplay that went out. Um, that it was written and it was starting to make its rounds in Hollywood, and it was an action thriller, based around the plot line of a terrorist attack in the Twin Towers. Um, and then 9/11 happened, and they're like, wait a minute. Um, I don't know, there's a lot of funny thing. I don't know, um, have you ever heard the whole Kermit did 9/11 thing? That's pretty funny. They never really explained why they didn't have the Twin Towers in that shot, though. I mean, I think I think like the official reason was they didn't have the rights to the building because you can trademark the outside of the building. But I don't know. Or what else was there? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think one, it's like a fear thing. Like, oh, we need to make a thriller. What are we gonna make the thriller about? Let's make it about something scary. What's scary? Terrorism. Yeah. But Cuba. Who cares about Cuba? Cuba is like, who cares about Cuba? Cuba is chilling. Um, but then there's also like, um, I don't know. Where are you? Oh, I see. No, I'm not. I was just the way you were talking is like I couldn't tell if you were trading with villagers or you're trading with piglins. Hmm. Hmm. Of course it was. Who? Yeah. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah, what was up with that? I mean, okay. This is this is kind of a tangent on MatPat. I like MatPat, right? I'm like maybe I'm not his biggest fan, but I like him. I think he's a pretty good dude, just in general, just like a good guy. Um, and I think he made good content for the time he was around. But what's up with people like overly idolizing him? I mean, to the point where they're like, "Oh, you should host our show," or "Oh, you should do things." It's like, no, he's like a funny YouTube guy, right? And he is good at YouTube. He's a good, you know, whatever. He did a lot of good work for YouTube, the company. And he did a lot of stuff, like he named the YouTube eras and he predicted trends and he worked on fixing tools for creators, whatever. So all these good things. But that doesn't make him qualified to talk at a tech conference about whatever technology you're coming up with. Um, and I mean, it's the exact same thing they do with other people. They do the same thing with Neil deGrasse Tyson. They tried to do the same thing with Bill Nye, where it's just like, what are you doing? Like, this is not, like this, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's not a bad astrophysicist. He's not the best astrophysicist in the world, but he's pretty good at what he does, and that is good enough. He's also a good voice, and like I trust him whenever he talks about astrophysics stuff. He honestly, a lot of the stuff is kind of below me, but he's explaining it to novices, so it's like, yeah, like cool, that's cool, whatever. Um, and yeah, it's like cool. But then he like people consult him on like either general science things, general logic things, or general like world news things. And it's like, why do I care? This is you know, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's not a bad guy. And he knows his stuff. I mean, he's pretty knowledgeable. But he's not like the source on everything. You kind of need new sources for things, guys. Yeah, and that's well, and that's just the thing with you know, there's a YouTuber I watch a lot, not so much recently, but typically I watch a lot, named Simon Whistler, right? I love Simon Whistler, but he's talked about this where people will be like, "Hey Simon, I want you to come talk at this conference or whatever, or I want you to share your opinions on this or your knowledge on this," and he's like, "Why? Like, why do you want me? I'm an announcer. I read the scripts that other people make. You know, I put in my own little knowledge bits, and maybe I know more than the average guy. But I'm not gonna provide you experts on tech, like, or expertise on tech. It's like, this isn't who I am." um, you know, plus he can't be bothered because he has enough money. But it's just this sort of, and I feel like that's like a good take where it's just like just random people from the media, or you know, you'll get Matt Pat to talk about it or whatever. It's like, why why are they the authority on whatever, you know? What's the name of the zombie in your base again? Larry. I think he's trying to start something with me. Well, I don't want to kill him, but he's looking at me like he wants to kill me, so I might have to kill him in self-defense. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Look away. No, you look back at me. What's what's wrong with you, guy? You got a problem? Are you saying are you saying that it's better for me to be randomly outside your, or randomly inside your house than outside your window? Anyway, I like how you're not even gonna ask how I got up there. Yeah, I always end up doing that. I always climb the hill because I stand on top of the dragon head. That's the best view of my base. And so I go back up on top of the hill, and then I just kind of go down the steps. But yeah, yeah. I don't know. The diagonal cut looks kind of cool though. Maybe because you're standing near fire. Maybe because I set your base on fire. Yeah. I mean, obviously it's just for now as I take it apart, but nah, it's all good. I'm just going along. It's I'm kind of dreading what I'm gonna have to do next anyway, so. No, I'm not talking about detailing. Let's just say I finished most of the vertical part, so now it's time for the horizontal part. And the horizontal part's bigger than the vertical part. It's literally wider than it is tall. It's literally, it is a little bit wider than it is tall, so it's gonna be fun. You will be able to see it from very far. It would be kind of funny if this whole thing was a ruse and I just built like a middle finger or something. Yeah, well, it's even better than that too. Well, now that you mentioned that. but actually, I will say this horizontal part is actually going to be easier than the third step. Um, but luckily, I don't have to worry about that for a little while. So that's a later me problem. It took me hours. It took me like 12 hours to build this in creative. Um, so it's gonna be fun in survival. By the way, um, do you mind if you don't have any more sand in your world anymore? Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of glass. No, I'm kidding. Um, I'm not kidding about the glass, but it's fine. I don't need you to do that. I'll just steal your sand. Um, luckily, I figured out how to build it out of panes instead of um blocks, so that should be nice. What else? What else would I need? Hmm. Yeah. Wow. Very nice. Yeah. Who said I was putting it in there? Who said I was putting the axe in there? No, I'm just kidding. It didn't even take any of my carrots. Yeah, I think it's full. It can only take so many things. I don't know. Well, that is a pretty cool idea. There it goes. This one will take them. I don't know. You should, you need to find some potsherds. Hmm. Yeah. Well, there's some places you can find it other than trails. I'm a runner, I'm a track star. Wee, 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 wee. Wee. No. Not my fault. I didn't do it. Wow. Wee. Ah. Don't worry about it. Dirt. Wow. Don't let them blow up your base. I'm mermaid. I'm mermaid. I just think it's funny you're following me around, even though you're the one with the one-hit sword. No. Hey, look! You had some birch saplings. Oh yeah, they I don't know, they just didn't load in until we came back. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Well, the good news is I can never get lost. Because if I'm like, oh no, I don't know where I am, I just climb a tree. True, yes. Yeah, it'll still despawn, yeah. Yep. Yeah. And not even the fun quarter piece. True. Yep. Yeah. Wow. What if instead you went to White Sands? Yeah, the moment we go in the cave. What do you... Why don't you have a pickaxe? Wow. I'm about to blow up your shulker. Be careful. The water literally leads into lava. Which is actually, that's crazy generation though. Look at that. Look at that glitch. The water's literally stopping right on top of the lava. There we go. Without generating anything. That was cool for a second. Yeah. Well, it fixed when it updated, but... And that's... Yeah, that's the end of it. This is an old cave generation, so... Is there more? Anyway. It's old cave generation. It's just being weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not really excited about this iron. Honestly. I don't really get excited about iron anymore, because I have so much iron. I mean, iron's nice. It's just, I have so much iron, and I don't use iron like I used to. I used to use a lot of iron. I used to, you know, all my tools would be made out of iron, but now it's just sort of like, hey. You know, I keep a backup set of iron armor in my shulker. But yeah, well, it's true. No, I'm gonna need to use it before too long because my helmet is literally at 0 durability, and all of the rest of my items aren't much behind that. I'm still wearing the set armor you gave me. How much ink sac do you have? It's kind of what I assumed. I feel like that's something. Yeah. That's kind of what I figured, because I feel like most people don't keep a whole lot around them. But I don't know. I'm gonna need a bunch of that as well. And that's something kind of hard. Like, I'm also gonna need a whole lot of lapis, but I have a whole lot of lapis, so it's fine. Yeah. What? Oh. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. It was really close to me. $12 what? Wow. And you don't have to, just for my sake. I can gather my own if I need to, but it's and I won't need them for a while is another thing, but I will need them. I need to make stained glass. Luckily black is the color I need the least of, I think. I need the most blue. I need so much blue. Can you make blue dye from blue flowers? I didn't know that. I thought you could only make it from... Crap. Yeah. Crap. I didn't refill my milk bucket. Oh yeah, look at that. You can make it out of cornflowers. Yeah, well, I'd rather not do it expensively. But... yeah. Well, I need a whole lot of bone meal anyway. I appreciate that, but... I'm gonna need a lot of bone meal anyway, because I also need a lot of white stained glass. And I guess I could technically farm Lily of the Valley, but... typically prefer making white dye out of bone meal. Ooh. I'm overproducing the eggs right now. Time to empty it out a bit. What? Yeah. Hmm. Honestly, maybe. How's that going? Yep, okay. This'll be fun. This is why I had the clock. This is why I had that clock. It doesn't want to work. Because it's being stupid. There's a lot of chickens. Yeah, that one was close to me. Oh yeah, I took the chest boat back to the shore. What? No, it was just in the, it was in the sea near the islands, and so I wasn't planning on taking it, but I needed to take it to get back to my stuff. So I just drove it. But it still has some stuff. It has a couple enchantment books in it and stuff like that. God, this poor pig, my god. This pig is glitching out at the speed of light. Yeah. Hey, it's not my fault it decided to jump in the chicken enclosure. I don't know, I think I typically find them in rivers, honestly. Interesting. I guess you're deep enough. Why would there be glow squids near the surface? Go away. I don't know. That's where I always find them. Oh. Crap. You know what I forgot? I'm gonna have to craft another redstone torch, because I forgot mine. And that's how you relight the clock. This stupid clock. I don't like the clock. It annoys me. I built it and it was like, oh, this is so cool. This works so well. And it's like, nope. Not anymore. Because, why? Because it wants to be dumb. It also takes a couple tries to relight it. But there we go, thank you. And you know what? For good measure, that's what I'm going to do. You know. Can I do it with 3 then? Is that the play? Yeah, I guess that'll work. Whatever. This is the dirtiest redstone I've ever done, to be honest. Though it definitely could be worse. Why did I just do that? That was a bad idea. Why? What? Again, this is my thing. It just breaks. It's just like I set up the clock, and then it's just like, you know what? I want a brick. It's like, why? I know how that didn't work. I need to make it longer. I don't want to do that, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's why it's not working. Cool. Turns out it's not working because I'm stupid, so that's nice. I swear to God, the lag. You're doing what with the fish? No, it's like, it does this thing where until I log out of the server, or until like updates, it's like, you know what? You can't take things out of your inventory slot right now. It's like, thank you. Yeah. I'm looking at this dispenser right now because it's being fed by hoppers. It's at max eggs. It shoots an egg, every 4 seconds. And not every 4 seconds, every 4 ticks. It shoots an egg, and then it's just immediately refilled by one of the hoppers. Because there's so many chickens in this one little spot. Find it kind of funny. Yeah. No, we're cooking. We're cooking up in here. You should come check it out at some point. I think you'll find it funny. It is a bit of an Indiana Jones trap, though, because you have to constantly dodge the eggs. But, yeah. Yeah, this hopper. My God. It's so funny. Yeah. Yeah. True. You could also use live coral to make pixel art. I know you're a pixel art fiend. Remake it. Yeah, it's light work. Wow. Of course. That's how we get it to work. That's what. Okay, cool. I completely. So I was trying to build this, right? And I was trying to build it to where all I would have to do is shoot the first egg out of the dispenser, right? And then it would auto fire until it emptied the dispenser. I completely forgot how to do that. I tried to get it to shoot at like a button, which you can shoot arrows at a button and it'll work, but it won't work for this. I completely forgot how to do it. Target block. Such a niche item that I was like, I just completely forgot target blocks were even a thing. I don't even know where I don't even know where your vault is, to be honest. I don't know, I forgot. Unless it's something else, then I just forgot that you called it the vault. Oh, well yeah, I know that one. Okay, I didn't realize you were calling that the vault now. That makes sense. Checks out. Checks out. I would call it the vault too, but I didn't realize you were calling it that. So you kept saying the vault, and I was like, I don't know what that is. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, don't worry. I'll make sure to drain out your entire collection. It'll all be gone in the morning. That would be crazy. Of course you are. Whoa. Whoops. You did change it around. Interesting. Huh. Well, that's actually pretty cool. Whoa. You moved the fireplace to the other side? Hmm. Target block. Look at that. Why do you have target blocks? Interesting. Yeah, that checks out though. Yeah. Sure, buddy. Hmm. Hmm. I see you went with the Wither Rose. Huh. Or you could just put a beacon there. Why not? That would be kind of cool, though. Nah, that's true. That is fair. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like those things. I don't like the new village generation. Like, what's wrong with the wells? I like the wells. Like, I took a deep dive into village generation because in my private world I'm building a village from scratch. And the whole point was, the whole design was, it was going to be one of the versions of a village with a well in it, right? And it's like, yeah, I know, because I've been playing Minecraft for a while, that the new villages, some of them don't have the wells. But I was under the impression some of them did have the wells. No. No village generates with wells anymore. Yeah. Yeah, you can get, like, you can get a small well that'll generate off to the side, but the whole central well thing isn't a thing anymore. And it's like, cool, that's nice. I appreciate that. Yeah, and so I attempted, because I was trying to find, like, a real-life village, like, naturally generated to base it off of, because I'm creatively bankrupt. But I couldn't find one. And so I was like, okay, then I'll, go into an older version. Still couldn't find one. So I just went into the wiki and memorized the, all of the probability values. Well, not memorized, but I used all the probability values of, actual village spawning, old village spawning, and used it to generate from scratch my own custom village that would fit in a perfect square, which is the biggest parameter. And had a well in the middle. Yeah, I didn't realize it, but yeah, that's just how it is. Cool, let's do that. Let's get rid of all of these pressure plates, because I'm nothing if not wasteful. Let's repair the connection. And I picked up a couple eggs. Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working? Literally, your only job is to work. Nah, I don't think so. I think it's just the clock is broken. Again. It's just a janky... I mean, I'm using a janky clock kind of on purpose, but... because I'm using the simplest clock. I'm using the simplest type clock, but. Yeah, and apparently eggs cannot set off a target block, so that's kind of a bust. I don't know why, snowballs can. Okay. So, that's nice. Just gonna do this. Guess I'll put back this pressure plate. I'll put that one back. What? Oh. Well, I found a panda. Get out of my way, you chicken. Of course he did. I mean, to be fair, it's not something like people typically travel around with. Yep. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're really quiet now. Let's put these in there. Those in there, I guess. Let's craft a new axe. And I'll give you back your target block, because I don't have any use for them. Well, you know. Yeah, why would you need rain right now? Let's take some of that. I'm sure it makes it fun to fly. Ah, buddy. Yeah, sounds like it. You don't need a desert. 2, 3, 4. Well, the question is, does this clock work? Is my real inquiry. Where are you? There you are. Yeah. And why can you not put redstone dust on stairs? Yeah, I feel like it makes sense to put it on stairs. But whatever, it's fine. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Yippee! Yeah. Mm. Yep. Yep. Come on. Yeah. Hmm. Let's go. Massive W. Yep. Minecraft. What'd you post? Advertisement sucks. Fair. Let's go. The clock works. I just had to make it longer. Let's go. That's what we like to see, baby. Now I just need the next part of this plan. Oh yeah, you know that on the first floor of your base, there's like somebody else's bedroom? Whose bedroom is that? That's what I thought. What? That's cool. Yes, you do. Mm. Yeah, just let me know before you do that, because I'm kind of playing around some dangerous territory up here. No, it's fine. You can, like, just let me know and I'll go to a place where you can't teleport, but just let me know before you do it. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, the blue one. What? Hmm. True. Which one is it? I don't remember. Good. Yeah. Cheaper product. Build up that money for me. Mm. Okay. That's fine. I'm down. I'm in a safe space right now, so. Mm. Oh no. It's kind of funny they're chasing you now, not me. Wow. It's funny how much laggier it gets once I'm in your base. This is true. I think especially when you're not around. Mm. Oh, there it is. Hi, guy. How you doing? He's decided he wants to fight me now. What? No, I'm talking about the Phantom. Larry's fine. Larry's chilling. Oh yeah, the first vine from the skeleton hand reached the ground. That's funny. No, there's one. Yeah. Well, so the villages can spawn a well, and the well can be in the center. But it's not the same as a center well. Okay, well I need to find a bed too then. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really have a reason to stay up. I just I'm gonna use your bed actually. What? Well, I'm in your base, so it's like. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and unset all your dogs. Is it a green shirt? Yeah, green shirts don't wake up until after everyone else does. Yeah, it's because the green shirts are unemployed. That's the color of the unemployed villagers. Yeah, well, and it's not the color of the villagers that don't have a job. That is brown. it's the color of the unemployed. Like, they can never have a job. They're literally just the unemployed ones. Yeah, whenever you're breeding villagers, it's the one you always kill, is the green shirts. And that's, if you look at the villagers' sleep cycles, the green shirts sleep for most of the day. And then they spend the rest of the day socializing. Compared to the ones with jobs, or even the ones without jobs, but the ones that can have jobs, they all wake up at the same time, then they, like, go to work, or socialize, or, you know, whatever their scheduled thing is for the day. Cool. Let's go. Presumably. Oh, maybe. Ice spikes? I don't know. I imagine it is. Hmm. Oh yeah, did you know Nvidia is an American company? Did you know Nvidia is an American company? Nvidia? Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was not. I thought it was like Taiwanese or something. No, it's an American company. Yeah. Yeah, it's an American multinational corporation. It's headquartered in Santa Clara. Incorporated in Delaware. Yeah. It was just founded by a Taiwanese American guy. But yeah, well, yeah, it was founded by a Taiwanese guy, but he founded it in California, I think. Yeah, he founded it in California because he went to Stanford. Yeah, it's always been an American company. I mean, it doesn't manufacture in America, obviously. It manufactures in China, but I mean, so does I mean, American flags are made in China. I mean, for a reason. The 5090 was announced today. You want to buy one? Why? It only costs $1,999. You have the spare cash. I've been in your vault room. In real life. Well, at least you can get the ice now. Yeah. You want to build a new house in every new biome you come across. Hmm. Wow. Do you not carry milk? Of course you don't. No, you need some milk. Milk the polar bear. They're mammals, aren't they? They are. Kind of like you. What? I like how you went on this whole adventure for 20 emeralds. Yeah, but you came back with 20 emeralds. Hmm. Oh yeah, did you know you can dye the water in cauldrons? Yeah. Yep. Did you know there's only one structure that has a chance for ink sacs to be in the chest? It is not the witch hut. Yeah. No. Has to do with it's only in Bedrock Edition as well. What do you think it is? What structure do you think it is? It's the storeroom chest in a stronghold. Has a chance to have one ink sac. That could be the what's it called? Yeah, it's the little like ocean ruin. Is bro still going? Hmm. Okay. No way. This zombie is in full gold armor. Bro's crazy. What? Come on, boy. Just want to come say hi. Bro's addicted to adventuring. Just staring this zombie in the eyes. I'm staring at a zombie. I'm staring at a zombie in the eyes as he slowly drowns. Let's go! I got a full set of pristine golden armor. Why do I hear a witch? I don't like hearing witches. But yeah, now the oh yeah. The strays. I believe they're called strays. Oh wait, are strays the tundra ones? That's right. That's not very nice. Maybe I'll just build a TNT sand duper. What do you think? One of those dupers that'll make like 10,000 sand per minute or something crazy. Wow. Yeah. What? Yeah, I don't remember. Yep. Hmm. That's what you say right now. The the husks don't burn in sunlight. Hmm. Maybe eventually fireflies. They well, you know, they canceled the Firefly update, right? But leakers have been, you know, releasing some images. They always communicate with emojis. I don't know why Minecraft leakers always communicate with emojis, but they leaked the fireflies again. They also leaked a couple other things with it. Some people think that we might finally get the advanced birch forests that we were promised. Hmm. Oh boy. One more adventure. One more adventure. But then they also they tweeted a pig emoji. Something's gonna be with the pigs. Some people are thinking that we might get pig variants, which would be pretty cool. Because in Minecraft Dungeons and in Minecraft Earth, there already were pig variants, and they look really good. So they literally could just add those to this game. I just watched a villager set himself on fire. Idiot, my god. Hi, buddy, how are you? Oh yeah, when I was looking up how you can get ink sacs, you can get it from Wandering Trader sometimes. You can also get sand from Wandering Traders as well. You get 8 sand for the emerald. It's not a horrible trade. Hmm. There's a village over here. How did I never know there was a village over here? I've ran around this base so many times. How did I not... Yeah, your base. How did I not know there was a village right here? What did you do to it? You bred with the villagers? You bred with the villagers? Wow. It's a funky village. Huh. I have no idea. I don't even know what to do with a lay. Why don't you have milk? You should just be carrying around milk at all times. Have you seen a multi-shot on firework bows? Those are pretty cool. Where do you keep the gunpowder in your base? Cool. Just a little be fine. I only need a couple. I already know where your sand is, so it's all good. What? It does not give you the raid. Drinking the ominous potion. Yeah. So the guy that has the banner, if you kill him, he drops ominous potion. If you drink ominous potion, it gives you bad omen. And if you have bad omen and walk into a village, that'll start the raid. So there's no issues with killing the guy with the banner. Yeah. Yeah, that's how that used to be. But they changed it in the trial chamber update. Because in that update, now if you drink the ominous potion and go into a trial chamber, it'll start. It starts an ominous trial. And an ominous trial is harder and gives the heavy cores. Yeah, well, you haven't even found a trial chamber yet, so. Well, that's not very nice of you. Yeah, no, that is pretty good. It would be kind of funny if you teleported to me right now. Because I'm standing on top of the dragon. Yep, the Ender Dragon. Yeah, we love the husks. The first time I ever saw a husk, it instantly killed me. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize you set up an automatic harvesting system on this field. No, that's good. Just kind of funny. I was like, what's this lever do? Pull the lever, Kronk. Mm. Where do you where do you keep your composter in this like garden area? I see. Found it. Yeah. Well, hi, Doug. It is not daytime. Mm. Yeah. Infinite's definitely the better choice. Nah, I think Infinite's better. Hmm. Well, because it's like, just think about the cost. The number of arrows you're going to shoot out of that bow before it breaks, right? They're going to be far more expensive than the just making another bow. You know, like mending it'll let you make, like, it'll give you an infinite amount of use out of the bow, but you'll have to craft that many more arrows. Meanwhile, if it's infinite, it'll save you from having to craft, so many more arrows. Especially if you use arrows with effects. Like if you use, like, I don't know, arrow of poison or arrow of instant harming. I mean, that's not to say, like, mending is, like, the worst enchantment you can ever put on something. It's, like, it's still mending and it still works. But I didn't know they could do that. I swear, every time I look at your base, there's always some real expensive details. It's like, you didn't even need to do that. like one of the rarest things, one of the rarest biomes in this game, right, is warm oceans. These warm oceans is the only place where you can find coral. Right. And so, you found... Well, how'd you get them then? The Wandering Trader? Wow. Are you sure about that? Wow. I didn't realize you were that kind of coyote. Will they stay there? They won't follow you if you teleport? Interesting. It's up to you. You are pretty far away. Risking what? By traveling or by teleporting? I looked it up. It looks like they won't follow you, so... No. Yeah, they don't follow you if you teleport, and they don't follow you after you die. They'll just stay in place. But, you know. Oh yeah, I noticed that in my base. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was like looking through a chest and I was like, wait a minute, is that an elytra? Why is there an elytra in my chest? It's all good. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. I'm currently at 39.25. I mean, it's basically just 0-0. Honestly, I'm just going around tending to all your stuff. So, like, I harvested all the pumpkins, and I just sheared all the sheep. Why am I going that way? What? Why? It's all good. Yep. It's all good. It's not like you pay me for any of this or anything, so. Hi, Larry. How you doing, Larry? Why is Larry in the front of the boat? Hmm. Oh. Wow. 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 I didn't realize you named these things. It's such a wonderful waste of a name tag. Yourself. I'm just kidding. I'm looking in your chest. Well, speaking of Jack, there's Jack Daniel Honey Whiskey. It's right next to Corpse's horny bone. What are you even planning on doing with the LA? Of course you will. Wow. Mm. Yeah. What are you talking about? I'm making banners. Don't worry about it. Wow. It's kind of disappointing you can't modify ominous banners. It would be cool. But you can't, so that's kind of sad. Oh well, I guess I'll put them back. The lucky holy potato. What do you just make it day then? Wow. 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 Yeah, I completely forgot how to craft my banner. What's light gray? I don't want light gray. I want white. Beautiful starling white. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm be honest. Hmm. It's kind of disappointing. Yeah. Don't say anything so ridiculous. Where is bro? No, not you. I'm looking for a banner pattern on the interwebs, but I'm not finding the video that I used before. Whatever. I guess I'm not going to be doing this right now. I'll do this later. Yeah, I mean, it's not really that much of a priority if I don't end up doing it. I'll put all your white dye back. That's not good. Depending on how you do it, you might end up hitting my base before you even hit your base. No. Yeah, it's not far off. Yeah. Hmm. Well, at least you're getting there. What do you mean you made it? Hmm. Probably. No, I didn't realize you grew it. I thought you were like, you know, it would be the perfect finishing touch on these random ponds that nobody's ever gonna look at. I'm putting some coral down here. Nowhere else in the base. I'm gonna put them in the bottom of the pond. Not even the pond everyone looks at, just this random one. But also, it sounds like something you'd do. Because you use lodestones as decoration. I mean, it was not probably once. I can find probably many. You're like Mog Swamp, where he just uses netherite blocks and like build structures that have been netherite blocks. Yeah, right. That's what you think. That is kind of a crazy trip. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Sleep in the ocean? Oh. Is that what you're gonna come across first? Mm. It's funny how clear it is that you don't do any potion brewing. By looking at... Yeah, well, like looking at your whole potion room, and it's just like this whole elaborate room. But it's clear that none of it's ever been used. Your home. You're at what's left of your home. Mm. Mm. Yeah. It is like 0-100, technically. Do you have thorns on your armor? What? Oh, there you are. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, do you have thorns on your armor? That's what I thought. Interesting. Yeah, nothing. Just didn't know you could do that. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, just give me 1 second. What are your coordinates now? Wow. That is kind of funny. You're just like, I'm gonna keep going. I'll just teleport back. and then you're like, I can't teleport back. Oh no. What's this room supposed to be? You know where you did the pale wood creaking experiment? It's the one opposite that. I see. You threw it out. Wow. Hmm. Yeah, know why it didn't work? Because you have to plant it in a 2x2. Yeah. Hmm. Weird. I mean, I wouldn't refuse one. I don't know what I'd do with one, but you have. Why do you have 5? Wow. Wow. Usually you only see like 1 or 2. No. I better grab some leads then. Are you back? Wow. I didn't realize you'd come back so fast. Here, I see your name tag. I'll be right over there. Hello. Wow. It is kind of cool just to have them around. Yeah. Honestly, that is something, like, it would be a pain to set up every time, but it would be kind of funny just to have, like, I don't know, your world where they just fly around. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, anyway. I did a little remodeling. It's funny to scare you like that. No, I've been working on the lava pool that was in here. Yeah. So it's still going, but I've been working on it, so that's really what I've been doing here, is just digging that out. And it's big. It's bigger than I thought it was. Yeah. It's massive. Possibly. This is fair. Yeah. That is fair. Yeah. Where are you thinking? Hmm. Gotcha. Yes. What? I don't see a problem here. Anyway, goodbye. Yeah, so originally it was going to be leading upstairs, and then it was going to be setting off um, the zombie note block upstairs, but then I had to move it down because it didn't go up the stairs. So I don't know why the clock didn't work. I tested it a lot, and the clock worked every time, but no matter. And then I just went through all your chests and stole a bunch of stuff to rearrange. I did redecorating. I did a little redecorating. What, you think I just had all those materials to build that shrine? I didn't make it. I found it in one of your chests. Why? I didn't do anything. Well, you see, you were gonna teleport to me, but then you didn't, so that gave me more time. I didn't do anything, though. Yeah, you'll probably need leads. Wasn't me. It was all there. I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know if you know where I got most of that stuff from. No, not the redstone. Just the random stuff. End rods, yellow terracotta, paintings, banners, wool. Yeah, I had to move it out of the way. There was quite a few things I had to move out of the way. That wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. Not me. What? How does that work? Why are these guys outside? These lay. There's a couple of lay outside. I don't know, there's 3 right here trying to get in. I'm not hearing, they're not dying though, they're just flying around. I don't know where one could be dying. They're right here. Just kind of chilling. And then there's the one inside. Where's the 5th one? Huh. That's weird. How would it die, though? That doesn't make sense, though. Yeah, there's one right there. And then, well, you said there was 5, right? And then there's one right there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know where it went. It was over here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, I found the lead that failed. Where'd that guy go? I like how you left the repeaters. Found another lead. How many did you put? I found there's 3 leads. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where it is, though. Hmm. that didn't work. Gotcha. There he is. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Come back here, boy. I'll just do this. Swoop. That's not what I wanted to do. I gave it a lead. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I will. Oh, is that what you think you should do? Yep. Hey, for the record, it took not an insignificant amount of crafting to make some of that stuff. Yeah, at least it's easier to get the allays around than it is to get the axolotls around before the buckets. I don't know. Yeah, you put it on the lead and then it just swings around you like a helicopter. Yeah. Come with me, allay. Allay these nuts. Yeah. They're expensive though. Yeah. I don't know if that just broke the lead. Where are you, allay? There you are. I'm trying to get down these stairs, and it does not want to follow me. Hi. Come with me. If you don't come with me, I will kill you. Cool. Barbecue. Well, if you don't like it, I'm gonna name mine barbecue then. It's barbecue Lay's. No, of course I didn't craft doors. Are you talking about the iron doors? No, those are from my chest. I just didn't want them anymore, so I just brought them over. I know. He literally can't eat. He's just watching. Yeah, so if you want to know what happened, I went into your chicken coop. I just ran around a little bit. Got like 7 stacks of eggs. And then just let them go. I thought it'd be funny, because I knew you had to go put the redstone back after you broke the redstone. Once you triggered it at the door. And the whole running around with you, once you came here before you went in your house, I was trying to get you so that the closest door was that door. So you wouldn't go in like this, one of the side doors. So, yeah. Everything's for a reason. Yeah, I can see your name tag too. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, definitely. That's what I've heard. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's just God of War now. I like how you have 2 identical horses. Mm. Oh yeah, it's just right around the corner. What? Why'd you break glass? You weren't supposed to break glass. What? What? Am I in the vault? What? I'm not in the vault. I am not in the vault. I'm not. I'm underwater right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I dig. I dig. I don't know, was it me? I don't remember. I have bad memory. I didn't do anything else. I don't know. It wasn't me. I think you're just a little bit crazy. I don't know, is it? Well, I had to put the TNT somewhere. What? Well, I found it a better place. What? I don't know. I think it preferred it there. I don't know. I didn't do anything. Hey, I had to get back at you. You literally put a creaking in my house. Ow. That didn't feel good. Oh yeah. You want me to show you where that came from? I know where. Yeah, you made it. I don't know why you had it, but I know where all the stuff came from. I memorized where all of it went to go put it all back, but yeah, I don't know. I'll come in, I'll show you. What? Yeah, you want to see where it was? No, it was this one. Yeah, it was the only thing in this chest. I don't know either. And then the end rods were in here, and the paintings were in this one. And then the black wool and the banners, those were actually mine that I just randomly put up. But I don't really care about them. Because again, I was crafting banners, but then I forgot how to craft the banner. So it's just like, you know what, I'll just put this here. Yeah, no, it's all good. Doesn't really matter. It was just for me randomly sharing the sheep. What else did I move? I moved that. You already moved it back. Move something else. What else did I move? Yeah, I moved that. No, I didn't move the chair. Yeah. What else? I didn't move anything upstairs. Well, except for this, of course. I moved that. Oh, come on, I'm not that crazy. I very specifically did not put... Because it would have been funnier if I put TNT around, you know? Um, it would have been funnier if, like, obviously it wouldn't be connected to the redstone, but you know, I just put TNT around. But then it's like that's a bad idea because you have a fire aspect sword. So if you just randomly swing, or if I'm testing it and I accidentally put down the redstone in the wrong spot, then it wouldn't end very well. So I didn't put it down. But I kept making references to crafting TNT. Because the idea was you're going to come in, you're going to see a bunch of redstone that was leading off who knows where into your house, and you were going to assume that it was strapped up to TNT. And then the clock, I don't know, I don't think the clock was working, even though it was supposed to be working. But the idea was the clock ran through all of this. It was going to work, and it was going to make the note block go off. No, not the grandfather clock. The note block with the zombie. And it was going to be making the noise, and it worked every time I tested it. But then, for some reason, when it was go time and you actually did it, it did not work. So I don't know what's up with that, but it is what it is. Probably in real life, probably. Yeah. Tomorrow. I don't know. Winterfest ends on the 7th. Yes. I don't know if the quests expire. I know that the presents expire. Yeah. Tomorrow I need to log in on my other accounts and just claim all that stuff. Because obviously I don't spend money on them, but you know, it's always good to have stuff. Let me check on this. Let me remind myself of the horrible experience I have to go through in the next however long. Yep, I'm looking at my prototype. What I have to build. This okay, so here, keep in mind. 1, I started building this on ground level. 2, this is only the top. This is not the part of the sword that's actually built right now. This is just the top. Ground level for this world is 70. The top of it is at 210. This is just the top part. And here, I'll give you more dimensions. The absolute width, right, from one side to the other, on the longest side. Let's see, what is this? It's for the Z, right? Goes from negative 343 to, one second, negative 629. So it's literally 300 blocks wide. It's fun. It's gonna be so much fun. That would be funny. That would actually be really funny. Yeah. And it's literally just like a plumbus or something. Yeah. They're longer. No, but actually for reference, you know how I sent you images, it's like, "Oh my God, look at this weird water generation." Um that's literally I'm being very intentional about what's in the background. I'm giving you hints. It'll become very obvious once you see it. Yes. Oh, I'm sure. You'll probably guess it. See. The last time I built this with somebody else, they guessed it once I started building this next part. What is it? I don't know if I do either.